Test, test. Okay, be right back. Okay. Just had to make some coffee. Today, what I've been doing before the stream is, let me just situate myself. Last night I got the a painting algorithm to work that colors the underworld, and I worked on that a little bit, changed some colors, and most importantly, I made the different regions underground use different floor tiles. And that's not necessarily permanent, but it allows me to collapse all these feature markers, which are currently wildcards, into the correct ones for the region. And that's also a thing I did today. I wrote it's not really a blue noise, but something akin to a blue noise point generator, and placed markers all over the world, so underground and overground. And I said that I'll place these by hand, but I just got tired of it. And well, the algorithm basically casts a net with points for these markers, and then it cleans up what's bad. So many markers landed on these inaccessible wall regions, and I removed them, and I moved them away from the gaps between the regions or patches, between the patches, and that's about it. So they are all there, but they are kind of badly placed. But I'll fix them as I go along. So yeah, it was more important to have the world filled with these markers than to have them be placed correctly. So that's what I did. And a fun fact maybe that's interesting is the point generation algorithm is really brute force. It places a marker anywhere in the world randomly, and then places a second marker anywhere randomly and then tests all markers it has placed before if this new marker is in an acceptable distance to them. So the time to place a marker increases, I think, exponentially. So casting this net of markers actually took about 15 minutes to compute on my computer. So I didn't do it twice, once for the overground, once for the underground. I just read the array of points backwards for the underground. So that saved me time. Yeah, so with all these markers and all these regions, I now want to change them into what they should be. So let me pick a simple example so I don't confuse myself. Let's take this one. So this one is on a field region. And it's a wildcard marker, but I want it to be a field feature marker. I want it to look like this. G is for grass because F was taken by forests. So I want the field markers to look like this. This is a marsh region, so I want the markers to look like this, and M, and same for snow. You get the idea. So I need to write a really simple algorithm that goes through each tile in the world from start to end. So that's just a for loop, and looks for these markers. If it finds one, it looks at the ground underneath and looks at a table that I have to write, and the table will say, okay, a tile of this color in the overworld means it's a marsh, and that's about it. And then I replaced this with the correct marker. Shouldn't take that long unless I made a mistake and I have color collisions between regions, but I don't think so. But I can double check that actually. Yeah. This is needled forest. Where's the other forest? Oh no, this is needled forest. Okay. So let's take a quick look. Yeah, this is what I did. If you're interested. Also this, nudging the tile, the markers into the correct position. And now I want to do this, collapse the wildcard features. I'm going through all the patches, but actually, well, I need the layer. I mean, this is faster, so might as well use this. So the world patches are detected and put into this array, and the feature markers as well. So I can't just iterate through them because there are far fewer of those than there are tiles in the world, but I think that's negligible. So X doesn't work with distinct floors. And I have this, so this is an old comment. that got me to change the region colors on the ground. And so that's obsolete. And I have this off-theme color that I actually don't need. I just need to check the color of theme function. What did I say? Anyways, so I want to switch on so I have the tile underneath the feature here. I want to switch on its color. And the question is, what are the options? For that, I can just open this again. And here they are. So that's sand is underground. That's, and I should not change this order. But, well, let's just list them out. Case, and then I'll see the duplicates. That's case 32. So these are the themes, but they are mostly for the editor. And there are 2 arrays in here for each region. This first array is the tiles, how the tiles should look, and these 3, one of these 3 is picked randomly, and the same for the second array, which is objects, just decorations. And the second member, so I'm interested only in the tiles, and the second member is the color. So I can say 32 is bog. I want it to be more like this. And then I have earth is 36. And I also want to switch on the layer. The layer is hard-coded to 2. So let's make that iterate. Layer is less than the number of layers. And this is set to nothing. So now I'm iterating through the layers. Then I'll just make an if statement out of it. If layer is 2. So there's only layers, only layer 2 and 0 are relevant for this. Layer 1 is interiors of buildings, and they don't have a region. Well, you could say they have their own region, but that'd be presuming that I thought about any of that, which I didn't. If L equals 0, so I'll have 2 switch cases. 2 is overground, and let's continue here. Bog earth 36. Sand is underground only. Meadow is 40. Which is field together with heath. So I can have multiple tiles per region. Let's keep it at that. 40, 28. is moss, which is forest. Then I have needles, which is 24. Also forest, so I can collapse these. Then I have wood. These are just objects. Again, this is more for the editor, so I'm just looking here for the colors, just picking the colors out of this. Nothing else. Heath is... Didn't I have the heath? Oh no, did not. Heath is also a field. At least in my imagination, in this world. Rock. I have to be careful not to place anything. Well, rock is also used underground, so, but that's fine. Because I have the if statement. Snow is, well, of course that's in a mnemonic. The others should be too, but that became too cumbersome. That's the wrong one. Snow. And these are just defined in the header file as a number. Okay, beach, which is 44. It's distinct. Then I have, well, this is a good question. What happens if what happens if the marker landed on a cobble tile? Which could happen because there are some paths with cobble on them. If there's cobble, just leave them. Because they're bright yellow, I'll see it. I'll see the leftovers. Planks, plaster, rooftop. That's it. Let's make this a bit more readable. Yeah, and let's look at this gray one, which is 1. That's it for the overground. For the underground, I have to look at this here. Okay, I just have to look at the floors. That's easier. So cave is earth. That's cave. Needles. Which one was needles? 24. Then cobble is 53. Cobble and earth again. Am I serious? Plaster and earth for the crypt. Let's look at that real quick. Oops. I'll have to change this to something different. Earth and plaster. So there's something else. This is yeah, this is a crypt. I mean, this looks pretty good, so that's a shame. I can't use earth, can't use sand. Meadow doesn't make much sense. Moss and needles is also taken. Rock is also unavailable. I only have this beach, which is, well, it looks bad. No. Really don't like that. Maybe with, well, I have rock. Well, that's annoying. Is this a different color? Okay, that's colliding with the walls. This one is the sand color, I believe. These are surely taken. And blue, I mean, not really. Blue could work for this. Where was it? Was it this? Could work here, but it still looks weird. Maybe here. No. So this might become tricky. Because all the colors that make sense are taken. What do I do? So the options are throw away one region, or define a new, I mean, I can't really use a new color. Yeah, this color is taken here. I'm out of colors. I'm out of good colors, that is. Don't think a purple ground makes much sense anywhere. I mean, it would make it more gamey, but more like a game, I mean, of course. Well, I think I'll have to sacrifice a region. For now, at least. But I mean, it's not that bad. So I have the cave, the temple. The cave, I need the cave. Temple, I need the temple. Why does the temple have this? Don't like that. Actually, I mean, they should have different colors, but I don't really need them. I just need to set them now, and then apply the markers, and then I can change it back. Maybe that's the best solution. So what do I have that I can... Yeah, I can just use the meadow. It doesn't actually look that bad. Let's do that. Let's use the let's just write x here. Do I need this? No. In the here, flood themes, I'll set the, what was it, the crypt? Yeah, that's the fourth last. Plaster and earth 16. I have to look up here. Plaster and earth. That's correct. I'll turn it into plaster and meadow. And meadow is 4. And I'll write a short to do. Change flood themes, crypt, floor, back to earth, and repaint the ground. Okay. So now it's green. I should, if I run this, of course, should have painted the screen. Yes, it has. Now I can, where am I? Prog, here. I can say, okay, if it's green, then it is, and the green is 40, then it is a crypt. If it is a cellar, is moss, which is 28. And the mine is rock. Wait, we have 2 rocks. No. Oh, the cobble is... is the cobble the same color as the rock? Oh no. Yep. I should make sure that these are all the random tiles are the same color. So this stone is actually unused, so that doesn't matter. The woods also don't matter. This is all 24, 28, 40, 32, 36, 32, 16. Okay, that's fine. Cobble and rock. Can I change the cobble color? I mean, 53 is a pretty dark gray. This 53. 36. I mean, these colors are taken. But they are comparably dark. Well, rock and cobble. I mean, rock could be, cobble could be 36. If I place it here, change the color. I mean, this looks good. But 36 is taken, I bet. Let's look. It's the ground of the cave. So I should maybe also switch on the tile texture. But that's bad because it's a variable. Then I should maybe actually use the off theme function. Does that work? No, that, well, I'll still need the still need to keep the caves grassy for now. But that should work otherwise. So let's see how that would work. Oh, I'll have to ask it each time. Okay. So if it's a bog, six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13. Oh, yeah, I don't need some of these. Do I need water? No. Do I need bog? Yes. Earth, sand, meadow, moss, needles 7 and 8. I don't need. Heath, rock, snow, beach. Where am I? Stone is 13. That can go. Need cobble, planks, and plaster. Oops. And that. This is really annoying. Is that much better than just... Well, let me try the other version first. I'll go into the 53. Then I'll say if the tile is, what is it, 130, 172, I think, for the cobble. Else, so this is the floor tile is dark gray. If it's a stone shape, then it's cobble. Else it is a mine. Well, that's stupid. Else it's rock. That should take care of this. So I have cellar. Yeah, this actually wasn't stupid. I want to know the region. So if it's cobble, then it is dungeon. If it's not cobble, it is a mine. Okay, crypt, cellar, and that leaves the sewer, which is sand. Three. Stupid. Sand 32. This is pretty dicey, but it's just this code gets thrown away. So this has to work once. So if we have that, then I can go into the objects and look for the markers. And set the marker. So marsh feature 6, 330. And let's just fill these out. Earth is 633. Yeah, 636. Field is 612. Forest. Where's the... Oh, okay, so it is split. I have 2 markers for these. It's not one combined forest marker. So let's look for moss. That's 28. Moss. Then this is needles. Needles is... Needle marker is 632. The moss marker is 631. And... Oh, they're here. Rock. Rock is... 611. Is that right? Yeah. Snow is 635. Beach is 644. Okay. Well, I could test the overground now. And check that this compiles. If you hear some rumbling, that's just my neighbors arguing. Unexpected expression before else. Oh. Yeah. Let's just fills that out. And let's look what happens. So the markers should change. If it doesn't crash, that is. Okay, did I turn on something more crazy? Flood tiles. I want that. And then why is it taking this long? Let me GDB this. Or is it stuck? $100,073. Well, it is in here. What is it doing? Oh, yeah, okay. Classic. Just a typo. Okay, that looks promising. Snow, rock. beach here. Needles here. Marsh. That's great. Let's look at the other end of the map. If it looks the same. And yeah. So that's good. That was just the overground. Let's go into the underground. Layer 0. Okay, cave. Cave feature. That's 633. 633. Okay, needles. That doesn't make sense. That is temple. And that's not sand, that's sewer. Okay, temple is, well, naming is hard, so this is called a ruin here. We don't have a ruin feature there, but that's fine. I'll place it by hand. Dungeon 641. Wrong one. That was close. Mine is 642. Crypt is a tomb here. 69. Cellar is the basement. It's named different here because all the letters were taken, so sewer is 638. Let's look at what's missing. Well, it's a short list, so I think we have everything. And if let's see. I mean, there are fewer here down here, just because the algorithm has problems placing them here. But this is a ruin. That looks good. This is a mine. That looks like a mine. That's a basement. This is a cave. So that looks good too. And I have to remember to change the tomb back. I think I'll make a backup copy of the tiles. No, don't. Wait, where am I? Did I start this with the debugger? No. Quit, yes. Copy tiles. One fold up. Tile back up, and let's name it wild, because it has the wildcard markers. So I can't save this. I have now all the markers, which is great. Comment this out again, and what I need is painting. I need clear themes. This is the painting flood fill, and I need this to, I think it stops at the markers. It doesn't overwrite the markers. And it also should I think this commented out version just includes the cobble for stopping the flood, but yeah, let's enable that again, and let's go into the flood themes and set the crypt. I think it was this one. Meadow. Yeah, there's no 4 there. This is meadow. It should be rock, I believe. No, it's earth. It is earth. Okay. So the markers should be there. And there should no longer be grass underground. Yeah, that looks good. All right. I'll call that a success. And the yes, this tile flooding can be turned off. Let's commit this and place markers in world, make markers regional. And that should take care of that. Okay, so changing this back, did that. Collapse the markers, I did that. What else do I have? Choose distinct colors for the underground, I have that. Make markers, yes, same thing. Fix the lighting, turn castles into ruins, fill the world with markers. Okay, I have that. These are all short to-dos. Wildlife and monsters, okay. I wonder if my resource markers survived this. Oh yeah, they did. That's good to know. Well, actually, they should maybe also place them procedurally, but they're not that important. But I should do this relatively soon, so I remember what I did to achieve these markers, because it's just the same. I would Well, I would have to generate the point map again, the blue noise point map, but that's okay. Or place them by hand. But yeah, it's bad that they are not there. Should I do this now? Let's look at the to-dos. Where am I? Okay, check out the notes. So these are the actual to-dos for today. What I did just now was just preparation for this, which is monsters for each region. The resource markers are not needed for this. But they are already part of the game. So it would be kind of bad. But actually, yeah, actually they should be collapsed into the feature markers. That's the real solution. Because I do need to know when I want to place a resource in which region it is. Because resource, by the way, means just most likely a plant or an ore for steel or something. Just something the player can collect. And I need to know the region when I place these. So I should throw them away and hijack the feature markers, because there are plenty of them now. And I can do that another day, tomorrow for example. Remove resource markers and make the features place them too. Okay, problem solved for today at least. Okay. So which one is the most fun and takes the least amount of time? Or should I just pick one at random? Let's pick one at random. Can Google do that? Is it 116 or something? Okay, good enough. 6. So the cannibals. Let's mark this right here. It is the feature 56. Okay, zombies and occult cannibal shamans will grab the player and bite and suck their blood, regenerating life points and maybe infect them with disease. A grab hold must be broken with a kick or else it may topple the player. Oh god. Okay. So first of all, this is pretty dark. Let's make them a type of animal. Not humans. With them vampires maybe, but that's so... That's so washed out. Could be vampire bats, but I have bats somewhere else. Don't I have bats right here? Yeah. What else could it be? Something that drains life and regenerates from it. And maybe infect with disease. Oh, that's just a vampire. Could be some kind of mosquito. But then I immediately think of Fallout. What fits an Iron Age setting? I mean, it would be some kind of cult. Maybe completely drugged out of their minds people. So yeah, let's just leave it, I guess. They don't have to be cannibals. Just have to be crazy. Zombies and occult cannibal shamans. Not sure what these zombies have to do with this. Yeah, let's rewrite this a bit. Just the beginning. So no zombies, but crazed cult members. I mean, I think that's what crazed means. Is it? What? To make insane. Crazed by... Okay. Yeah, so it is what I mean. Crazed cult members. Shamans. Animalistic. Crazed cultists that will grab a player and bite and suck their blood. Maybe infect them with disease. Disease is super lame. Unless something extraordinary happens. But let's just say they might have so many drugs in their system that when they bite you, you start to hallucinate. Or it may be just because of blood loss. I don't know. Details are not that important. Just what happens. A grab hold must be broken with a kick, or else it may topple the player. So I have toppling, which is where you lay on the ground and are defenseless. I mean, this concerns the player and the entities, all entities basically. And a grab hold, I don't have that, and I don't have the kick. I'm not sure how I would. I'm not sure how a kick would be executed by the player. It could be that. Okay, so block. I don't have block now, but how I imagine block to work is you press the block button. Well, actually, release D-pad and press the block button. What a kick then would be, press the D-pad and press the block button. But that may be pretty confusing. Not sure. I mean, I can run with this. Problem with inputs is that they depend on each other. So if one move takes up one button, then changing that one requires something else to change, and that gets annoying real quick. And also, I don't have a block button. I do have. I have an attack button. So if I go into the game, and so I'm moving with pressing D-pad and pressing X. If I press the D-pad alone, nothing happens. But if I press the D-pad to the left, in this case, and press square, then I attack. If I press left and walk, I mean that's a cross, then I walk and get stung here. I have, if I press circle, it waits a turn. If I press triangle, it opens the inventory. I can get rid of the inventory, which I will maybe actually do. I'm not sure why I'm not... Oh yeah, I can't put the wait turn function on the X button because sometimes I have to stand on something to loot it, like this. If I move onto the bear, press X to loot it. But if X was the wait button, I couldn't wait while standing on something, so that's bad. Also, the circle button is, well, it's cancel, so that's a perfect place for waiting. It says, okay, cancel this, I just move on. Start does what you think it does, and the analog stick, well, the right one does nothing, the left one mirrors the D-pad, so I can press the left analog stick and walk, and I can hold X and move the analog stick so it auto walks. But I don't have a block button. Where could I mean, if I stand still and don't press an input and I press the attack button, it could be block. So that could be actually a good solution. Now, I've been going back and forth with this for about a year now, and the question is, how immediate do I want the gameplay to be? So immediate meaning I press a button and instantly something happens. For example, this movement is pretty immediate. It's not as immediate as it could be, and I have a commented out version where I just press the D-pad and the player moves instantly. I don't have to hold the D-pad and press X like now. So that's one removed. If you go one further removal, you would be by something like a mouse cursor where you click on the terrain and the hero moves. That's even more removed from the action. What you gain from making things more indirect is more options. So if I have this, if I'm standing still and pressing square, and this is and I say that is block, that's pretty immediate. But maybe I want to give the player much more options. So for example, if I press triangle, which just opens the inventory right now, if I press triangle, it could open a little menu with options, and there could be block, and there could be sit down, there could be cast a spell, stuff like that. You get the idea. What they do in the old roguelikes is they have, I think, 10 verbs or so, action verbs that are set on the keyboard keys, on different keyboard keys, and they are drink, equip, unequip, cast a spell, etc. And that way it's quite inelegant, but what you get is going into the inventory and saying, okay, can I use this with this? Can I drink this strange oil that I just found? Can I throw this oil lamp against the wall and see what happens when it explodes? And that's really limited in this kind of setup. One way to get out of this would be to I'm not exactly sure how it works in Minecraft, but something like Minecraft, where you have where the action you perform depends on the item you have equipped. So if I have a sword equipped, sure, that swings it. If I have a potion, I can drink it. Maybe there's a key combination where I can throw it, just as I could throw the sword. And that's actually a great way, I think. Sure, it's still limited, but it's not as cumbersome as having 50 buttons on your gamepad. And it's also still open to experimentation. To get back to the point, having a shield equipped could make the, well, let's say there's just one action button. On what the action is depends on what you have equipped. And with equipped I mean selected right now as the active item. So if I select let's say it's my turn, I can browse through all my items in this turn, select the sword, press action, and that blocks this turn. And the turn is complete and the world moves, and then it's back to my turn. So having boots, maybe selecting the boots and attacking with them, applying them in a direction, could mean a kick. I mean, this sounds pretty good, actually. Yeah, I don't know why I'm thinking of this at this stage, because that's actually pretty fundamental. Well, okay, so if everything is a giant moving part, then sure, you'll have to just work work on more stuff till you're at a point where you can make the decision. Let me just note that system. So let's call it the active item system. A free selection of carried items and let's call it employment and employment of them onto self or surroundings. Each turn. Items define all actions in the game. I mean, I'm not sure if that's possible, but would be nice. Items define all actions in the game. I mean, they kind of do already. So this is where I was unconsciously working towards. So this system is nothing new, but it's not something I've thought of deeply. But yes, if you in the game attack in a direction, it looks at your inventory at the equipped item and sends a signal to the weapon. It's just a function call through a large switch statement, and then it asks the weapon type, or just the weapon, I guess, right now, to do its thing. So that's how attacking works. Now, if I have, I can't edit this. Animalistic crazed cultists. I will grab the player. Regenerating life. The grab must be broken with a kick, else it may topple the player. Well, a kick actually seems like something that's not an item action. But I mean, it could be on the same bar, on the same selection bar for all your items. Just says kick. But well, is there something different that might be more? I mean, it doesn't have to be a kick. Let's be honest. A grab hold must be broken with the kick. That's just made up. could just be that you're held in place, and you must wiggle yourself free. That's it. That works with any system. And the toppling is, yeah, that's just a debuff, and rotating your sprite. That's it. So yeah, I would say that's more reasonable. So no kick. I will try to keep this in mind when there's a feature that requires blocking, that the action should come from the shield and should be selectable. Yeah, so there's nothing in this feature that may bring in the active item bar. I wonder if I should choose one where I can implement this, because I think it should be implemented sooner than later, this action bar. Unless well, I'm sure there'll be a feature in the next couple of days that requires it, so that's fine. I'll just make a big fat note here. Search for a feature that requires it. Well, that's not what I want. Don't want to search for it, I want to look out for it. Okay. So that must be broken with let's call it struggling, or else it may topple the player. I think that's a good punishment, because it doesn't, I mean, it does something, it makes things much worse, but it doesn't kill the player outright. So that's pretty good. Bite and suck their blood. No idea how I'll implement that. That would have to be some kind of new attack type, or not a type, but a flag on attack. Generating life points and make them hallucinate. I mean, I just added this hallucinate, and I don't have hallucination in the game. I mean, I have it in a couple of features. I'm not sure what it means. It could just be something it could just be inverting the controls, but I mean that gets yeah, you get tired of that really fast. I like how it's done in attack, but that's also too much. In attack, when you hallucinate, all the monster sprites become like flip books. They show all monsters there are, so you can't be sure what they are. And other stuff happens too, but I think that's a bit too much. I could actually I could put the whole world in the swaying vertex buffer, or just send it to a swaying world. But I think that'll make people really nauseous. I mean, I can try it out. Is it here? No, I think it's in entire render block. I'll just change this. That should be it. Oh yeah. Oh wow. Oh, that's bad. I don't know if it comes out on stream, but this is really bad. But I mean, it looks like hallucinating. Oh wow. That's actually really fun. I mean, yeah, so the visual effect for the hallucination is complete. Just render the VBO with another shader. Nice. Let's look at some other parts. Where's some stuff going on? It's actually pretty nice. I like the movement. It's much more alive. Oh, I should actually move the camera a bit up and down or something like that. That's cool. All right, I'll take a short break. Be right back. Yeah, so actually, I should find a feature to implement the action. What did I call it? The active item system. Trademark. Yes, let's look at the others. Let's go from the top. Well, actually, they are all. Trading goblins. That one maybe. But I explicitly just pulled out mobs. What is more important for the game right now? What moves it forward the most? I think it's actually these ones. But because when I have these, the active item system will be much clearer. Maybe I should put it here somewhere. Active item system. And that's HUD. Throwing. Throwing action. Use action. Throw action. Is that it? Apply action, throw action, consume action. Something like that. Let's steal. Well, there's. I mean, 3 days. I think I'll need 3 days. Let's steal that from. Well, they're all important. Swimming in water. Not sure why this takes 7 days. Let's make it 4. 4 is still really generous. Or am I overlooking something? Let's capitalize this for my OCD. Okay. Select Yeah, I guess it would be something, maybe shoulder buttons. They're unused right now. That would work. Okay, let's make the cannibals. Animalistic crazed cultists that will grab the player. Maybe I should. Problem is, this is just another human sprite, and humans are overused already. What grabs you and bites you? Well, this could only be bats. Maybe some kind of insect. And this is Earth. The Earth region. So it may be... maybe just a beetle. Let's think about the setting. Should be some kind of monster. I have spiders somewhere else. What else lives in the earth? Maybe giant rats, but that's lame. Maybe a scorpion. Scorpion can grab you and sting you. Let's make it a scorpion. Poisonous scorpion. Let's change that in the notes. And in the perils, oh, there it is. Blood-sucking scorpions. Why not? Could be a leech. Oh yeah, that's really bad. That's much... oh, that's much worse. I mean, that's obvious grabbing. Poisonous, leech. that will grab the player and bite and suck their blood, regenerating life points and maybe make them hallucinate. Grab hold must be broken with struggling as it may topple the player. Yeah, okay. So I need poisonous each object. I need the object, the behavior, sprite, color, behavior, stats, I will need hallucination, poison, timers, incrementers, decrementers, well, just one. Property, entity property. I need the life drain attack. That's, let's steal life attack. Entity property and attack resolver, and I need visual effects. Yeah, let's just, what can the negative effects be? Invert D-pad or scramble the D-pad. Oh, but that's not really fun. Actually, it might be fun. If it's always scrambled the same way. Inverted. So you can theoretically learn this. Waving visuals, maybe invert colors. Inverted D-pad. That's... But hallucination implies that you can see things that are not there. Swap modulo entities, sprites, colors. I mean, that's what an attack does, I guess. So let's just steal that. Or let's be inspired by that. Left steal, grab, hold, debuff. Stop attacking. Attacker stops. Well, why should they stop? Struggling. Decrement timer. On move. For victim. Something like that. Is that everything? No, it's not. Topple after. Release timer. Topple. Countdown. Release counter. Application. Chance application. A poisonous leech that will grab the player and bite and suck their blood. Chance application. Regenerating life points and maybe make them hallucinate. That's six. Let's move this beneath because this comes first. Then comes this, and this is extra. Okay, so 6, 4, 7. Where are we? Where are the monsters? Are here. 6, 4, 7. NPC none. I need legend. Let's take this up here. Size 1, render type 1, color. Let's make it violet 0. No, violet 0. Let's make it purple 0. Purple 0. Emitter, no faction. thief. What is its predator? That's 8. HP is 5. Defense rating 1. Loot table. What is loot table 2? Hunter. No, that's 3. Obstacle, yes. Let's call it simply leech. And this is 56. So we should be able to place it. NPC, please. Oh yeah, it's a dude. We want. Oh god, I have to make this less bright somehow. Do I have a worm type? I mean, this kind of. Why is the background so bright? Oh, it should be wavy actually. It's not a worm. Can I? Is that a leech? It's actually not bad. 338. And I mean, that's not bad. That's the leech. Okay. So I have the object, the sprite, the color, the stats. It leaves the behavior. I can do that down here. Here. Retreat, chase, strike. Let's just let's steal that. Six for 7. Leech. Visibility, I think that's okay. And these are the behaviors. In idle, it retreats to its starting position. In combat, it chases, and then when it chased, it strikes. But what I want is grabs, and I want drains, and I want hallucinates or induces hallucination. And that I set in the entity here somewhere. shoppable item. Okay, should clean that up sometime. But yeah, this is runtime, so runtime stuff, so there's no harm in removing these. But I want here with the 4-letter ones. Grabs and holds victim in place. Drains. Steals life on successful hits. And hallucinates. Induces hallucination. Okay. Now I want the behavior. I have that. Okay, let's look at the drains first. That is in entities. I have a resolve attack. That's exactly the place I need. Calculate final damage. Apply damage. So drain, give, drain life. If drains, then the attacking entity health point damage is equal to max its value minus the damage. Well, let's say the attacker gets half the damage. No, let's say it gets full. Well, that may be impossible to defeat. So let's do it this way. So if the, oh, that's wrong. If the attacker drains, then their damage, health point damage, gets reduced by half the damage they did to the other entity. So that should be it actually for the drain. Maybe I can test this. So it has 5 health, and now it has 4. Now it has what? 6? No, that's me. 3. It has 3 health. Did it attack me? No, it didn't. Did it now? Oh, that's just a bad spawn. That's better. Okay, I hit it twice. It has 3 health. I'm just waiting. And it's still at 3. Did I not? I gave it the flag, didn't I? That's typical. Yes. Wait, was the announcement correct? Let's abbreviate this. So I hit it for minus. Why is that not rest? So what's going on here? Or is it always those 2 messages? Guess so. Let's take away the tranquilizing. Minus undead. Oh, that's not me. Only has 1 health. It killed me. It's still at 1 health. That doesn't make sense. If the attacker has training. Well, let's move it over here. That's DV. Maybe it's just the damage function that's broken. Okay, 3. Still 3. Still 3. Still 3. Does it 1 damage the whole time and it gets rounded to 0? Because that's what it looks like. Oh, 5. Because it's 3. And it's at 4. Oh. It gets a bit too crowded here. Does it attack the other? No. Okay, that works. It's just a rounding error. Good, let's check that off. The property attack resolver. Chance apply hallucination. That's not what that is. That's here. Hell timer. Signal for responses. Okay, so I have attack that needs another timer. That is this one. And where else is this? Oops. Oh, that's in the entity. Yeah, I'll need that. Hallucination timer. And it is also here, the attack and on the entity. And also, I don't have that. Let's call it this. Yeah, much better. Attack. Here, entity attack. Hallucination time on the attack is equal to the halt times 5. Oh, that's a bit field. Okay, that's just a shorthand. Shorthand for if no bit is set, then 0. So that's fine. Then let's look at the resolve function, because that does it. Then I need this. Need to implement this function. Plus the hallucination debuff. Number of turns is 0. Sure. If it's the hero, okay, that's specific to weakness. The halt timer gets set to NT. If it's a hero, flashed its green blue. And maybe I should, well, no, I can't just check the hero entity when rendering. Actually, no, it should be on the entity. Was debating whether to put this not in the entity but in the hero struct, so it's not null even when in the editor. But that's fine. It should, if I try to read this value, the hallucination on the hero in the editor when the game is not running, it should crash, so that's okay. Is hallucinating. That's better. Let's stay obvious. This is hell. Hope I didn't delete this one. Yeah, it's still there. Okay. Hell E. Let's look what explodes. This explodes. Why do I need? Why is this? why is this? Why are these all exported? In Signal. Quicksand. Okay, I mean, that's, of course that's not there. Where's the weakness? Oh, okay, it's just, yeah. It's just all in there, but this is not. Do I have, I need new, in the debug mode I need a new display for the timer for hallucination. What is this? Thank you. Poison timer. Health. What are you talking about? Okay. Hero hallucinates. Hallucinating, but the cooldown is not shown. Cooldowns are debuffs, I mean. They are in render what? Renders or stats? Debuffs. Lucy. They can actually. Where's X so far off to the right? Let's make this where are the messages? 1. Let's make this 1. Why is it not 1? Oh, what? Why am I talking to the witch? Getting flashbacks. What is happening? The game's going absolutely insane. Yeah, unbelievable. What? Why am I talking to the witch? Well, it tries to kill me. Oh, okay, I'm just in a bad faction. Okay, that makes sense. Did I hallucinate? Yeah. And it doesn't decrease. Great. Affliction. Hell. Yeah. Okay. that's it. That's done. So let's turn on the wavy visuals. That's really strange here. I have the hero. I mean, hello, RPS. Oh, here. Render block. If hero entity is not null. And hero entity hallucinate timer is greater than 0. Then do it wavy. Else. Oh, that's really cool. And it's gone. Wow, that's the effect is crazy. It only lasts 5 turns. What's up with that? Okay. That was in entity attack, no? Oh, what was it called? Here. That's from 20 to, let's make it 30 to 50. Because it's not that bad, it should last longer. And I want this display. Oh, it's debuff. Here, I don't want the timer to show here. Oh. Oh, I won. I want the flip book. This is crazy spaghetti code, but I don't think there's another way. Because this code is super well tested. I mean, not super well, but really, really well. So I don't want to change that for some visual effects. But, well, it's not here, but it may be, what is this color? Oh, what? Oh, there's no face there. Okay, TI, here we are. Well, I could random. No, I shouldn't randomize this every frame. That would be crazy. But can try. Let's see what happens. That's where do they start? Let's look. Oh god. Here. Yes, that's 128 to 128. Let's take these also to 319. I should be able to remember this, but just in case something happens. 319. Okay. Whoa. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. That's definitely too aggressive. So how can I make this? Well, I can just change a number. Oh, I can. If hero is not null, and well, actually that's enough. Then plus equals hero held time. And how do I limit it? Well, actually, this should be enough. It should be more random. This is actually not bad. So let's bring in the oh, I have the position. Very good. Plus p dot y plus, and let's mod this for, yeah, let's make it easy. Let's mod this for 256 and add 128. Does that make sense? It's too much, isn't it? So let's make that. What? Invalid operands. Oh, they're floating points. They are floats. That's well, some came to life. mod this. Oh, plus equals. I just want equals. And ti plus. Oh, that's evil. Where did my hallucination debuff go? Hello? Why isn't it showing? Am I just... Oh, yeah, now it is. Wow. Okay, this is crazy. Can I... what shader is this? Where's the shader? There's the shader. I can't just set the shader. To this one. So that everything is wavy. Why am I hallucinating now? Hello? He's not... no. Oh. Whoa. That's trippy. I could also invert the colors, but that, I think that's too much. I could... desaturate post c.rgb is vec 3 or vec 3. Let's move it here. Vec 3 1 minus c.rgb. Oh, I mean, it doesn't get much trippier than this. But that's, of course, too extreme. Okay, that's just darker. I could also add a crazy particle effect that makes particles floats through the air. But that's fine for now. That's plenty enough. Okay, this is getting chaotic. It's amazing. Okay, what else do we have? We have wavy. We don't invert. I have this. I have this. I have this. Grab hold debuff. So another debuff. I mean, I'm not sure. This should actually be somewhere else. The hallucination is crazy enough. What's more important actually is format is how the player can protect themselves against this. Not sure. I mean, you only need two things, I believe. Preventing the hallucination from starting, preventing becoming hallucinating, or getting rid of it fast when you have it. Okay, so first of all, let's mark this as stuff for later. And maybe I'll add some. I might add an antidote. Let's make the antidote heal all poisons. Full stop. Antidote. Oh, I have that in there. So let's add it to a loot table. Let's get the antidote from. Let's put it in general. 92. Yep. Then in the signal. Oh, come on. What did I do? Just move this around. Signal in the item used. Pick up item. Where's the health potion? Hello? What is it? Is it really? Great. Good luck finding a 7 in here. Well, it's actually not in here. Is it here? Here it is. Maybe. Apply potion. There we are. There's strength potion. Okay. Didn't know that. Okay, purple potion. Purple potion does nothing. So let's just throw that away. Well, that's a side quest. Health potion, no antidote. Why is it antidote of food? What? Why? Antidote. Let's remove all the poisons. This poison, that's paralyze, that's tranquilize, that's weakness, and that's hallucination. And flash the screen blue. Oh, well, I need an antidote. But let's just add that. New item 92. One's enough. Okay, I'm hit. Go in the inventory, drink the antidote, and everything's back to normal. Nice. I call that, well, this, I think that's a success. That's a we're done with this. Note, grabbing was not implemented because the hallucination and life drain are enough. Abilities on this entity. What a stupid sentence. But it works. It should work. Should tell my future self what I didn't do. Where I cheated. So this is done. And That was exactly 2 hours, so that's great. That means we could do another one. And let me take a short break before that. Yeah, be right back. Okay. Let's ask Google. again. What to do next? $16. Is that the random number? Yes, okay. Let's do trading goblins. Of course, it's the most involved. Let's take a look. 53. Goblins can be traded for items. If the player puts something valuable on the ground, goblin will take it and leave something in its stead before disappearing. Other goblins might fight with it for the item. Well, yeah, let's put some constraints on this. Let's say gems. It's only gems. Puts a gem on the ground. I mean, I can extend this later, but for now it's just. It should actually be gold pieces or something. But I don't have. I don't have a function to drop gold. And why would I have this if it's only for this? So that's not an option. But I will probably have some kind of gemstone in the game. So let's make a simple gem. The goblin will take it and leave something in its stead before disappearing. So that's just a random item from the item table for now. The goblins might fight with it for the item. So I need goblins, I need the gemstone, and I need the goblins to appear in packs of 1 or 2. I need the objects, I need these bright color stats behavior. Spawning them in. Oh, I have not spawned the leeches. I have to do that. Run.c and where am I? Put feature, it was right at the top. Okay. Attractor apparel case. What's that? What was the leech? Leech was 56. There was a peril, yes. Okay, it's 3. Leeches. Layer. Layer is equal. Layer is 0. And it's underground where a leech would be. Or do I have Temple Silver? Or do I even have everything here? Where's the complete list? Field Snow Needles Moss Bog Ruined Beach Mine Dungeon Cellar Sewer Crypt Temple. Where's that guys? Temple Cave. This looks complete. So let's just act like it is. So if it's 0 and in it and it's Earth, which is do I have that? Yes. Or it's no, I don't need the or. That's actually if it's Earth and this is okay, if it's on the overworld or it's a cave, and I think that's enough. If the marker is an Earth marker, then you can place the leeches. And this is a position layer. Object. Oh, yeah, sure. That should be the leech, of course. That's 647. Size and chance. Let's make this 2 and 5 maybe, or 2. Yeah, that should work. Let's look at some Earth regions. Where are they? Here, I believe here. Oh, there are the leeches. Oh, they're pretty fast. I have not Oh. Hit me. I've not defined what happens to entities when they hallucinate. Another thing. So it's actually not easy to find everything that's required for these features. But I could just make them wander around while they're hallucinated. And that is in, I think it's entity plan. And this is contingency. Contingency plan. Contingency plan flee. Defend. NPC signal handler. Defend. So I think that gets called after being attacked. Yes. And the contingency plan. Is in effect for how long? Oh, just while. Oh, okay. If it's 1, then it's SHT fall through. Okay. So it's just executed once. So that's perfect. So I can say if the entity hallucinates, then set the contingency plan to meander around. Hope that exists. Yes. Yeah, let's look for another earth spot and find some leeches. None here. Great, and it's just give me some desert leech. But it doesn't attack monsters. Oh, it fell down. That's awesome. Oh. It doesn't really walk. Does it hallucinate? No, it doesn't. They don't hit each other. Why is that? I've noticed that before. Sometimes they just don't connect. Oh, well, that's just me and the... Okay, now they hit. No. Oh, this is actually pretty scary. Why are they not hitting? Oh, now it hit. What? But not hallucinating. Oh. Yeah, the bear was hiding underneath the leech. I don't get it. The bear hits. Is the defense rating of the witch too high? Or what was it? Defense rating. Let's set these to 0. Sheep, poison master, settler, with Templar, leech. That could. I hope that's it. I would explain it at least. Oh, and I think something meandered. Someone meandered around. There's some leeches. Not attacking. And in what category did I put them? In prey, I guess. Maybe I should put them in monster. That's 11. And that's HP. That's enough. Okay. Once again. Give me some. I need more markers. Hello, no leeches? Oh, that's not an earth. Not an earth thing. There's a leech. It attacks the zombie. It hit the zombie. The zombie tries to flee. You could see it in the grass. But now it's hacking away. And it killed the zombie. Now it attacks the bear, hopefully. Oh no, it doesn't. Oh no. Oh, it hit me. But I have an antidote. Oh, there's a bear. This is already pretty tricky. Did not see the bear at all. And also, why is the background dark again? Thought I changed that. Okay, these leeches make each other hallucinate. And wreaking havoc. That's pretty fun. Okay. Let's leave it at that. I spawned them in now, and other monsters react to being hallucinated. Other monsters hallucinate now. So back to the program. Set trading goblins 53. Come on. So a goblin can be traded for items. If the player puts a gem on the ground, the goblin will take it and leave something in its stead before disappearing. Other goblins might fight with it for the item. So pick up gems, fight others, or leave item, spawn, this is not easy. Let's do it in order. Spawn in packs of 1 or 2 in mines. Need the gems object, which is just sprite and color. And maybe value, and the pick up gems. So I can quite easily make the goblin walk to object of type gem. Pick up the object. I'm not sure how I'll do that. And then leave random item from object list. From leave random object. Come on. From item list. Type is item. No, that's a roll. And then it somehow has to disappear. I mean, I'm imagining it walking away with the item and disappearing, but it might just disappear on the spot after walking on the item. Let me look at the planning stuff. Chase. Tries to chase off the nearest foe. Okay. Aim. Follow, charge, vanish, bury. So these are the behaviors I have. They're pretty simple. Would have to make a new one, like gather or something. And then the item, I would have to save the item in the, well, I can just switch case on the entity object in the behavior and say, okay, if you're gathering and you are a goblin, then it's gems. If you're gathering and you're a deer, then it's bushes or something. That could work. But how do I mean, I can make the goblin look for the gems periodically, but that will take up a turn. But generally I'm not quite satisfied with this feature. It's too vanilla. It would be better if it if it were wolves and you can throw them meat and they will be distracted and maybe attack each other. That sounds much more fun. And I like wolves. They should be in the game. Let's change it to that. That sounds much better. Wolves can be traded for items. The player puts. Oh, that's missing. They won't return anything. And that actually should not only be wolves, but maybe also bears and a large number of monsters. But I like the wolf idea much more. But can we trade it for meat? I mean, is it reasonable for only wolves to do that? Or, I mean, all the monsters want to eat you, so why wouldn't they at least look at the meat that you throw on the ground? What I don't want is solutions that fit in too many situations, or moves that are applicable in too many situations, like this. And I mean, not the goblins, but the wolves. So this could be split into two, or it could be an altar. You put something on it, you get something back. Simple as that. And if you're unlucky, goblins spawn because they want the loot. Is there something better than an altar? I'm still not convinced. And the wolves. Maybe they only react to deer meat. That would make it easier. I mean, that would narrow it down. Narrow down the usefulness of this. But I do like the idea of wolf packs. Maybe wolves spawn in around a dead traveler that always has a good item. But that's not as fun. Maybe well, not sure how much more I can think this through. Yeah, but wolves would be awesome. Why do I still... Is my... Oh yeah, my reputation is randomized. My faction, I mean. I was just stumped by the grey default hero sprite. Can I think I can represent a wolf. Well, it's a pretty bad wolf. I can't do that's not a wolf. Maybe like, yeah, maybe like this. Well, that's also pretty bad. This is a sheep. This may be a wolf. Not ideal. But I think well, nothing really faces a direction. Oh, that's better. But also not great. Maybe, I mean, with a good amount of imagination, this could actually be a wolf. Yeah. Wolves can be traded for meat, can be distracted. The player puts meat on the ground. Wolves will take it and leave something else. The wolves will pick it up and feed on it. other wolves might fight with it for the food. I mean, it's not that interesting, but it's also the fifth feature or something. So let's just put that in. But first I'll have to check how to do the gathering and the feeding. I need I have meat, so that's okay. With the gather, I need gathering, I need feeding, and I need fighting, well, quarreling. Walk to object of type, pick up the object. I mean, this is useful for many things. If I can abstract it somehow, I need to pass in. Well, yeah, I'll switch on the entity type, what kind of item it wants to gather, because I can't pass it in here. That's just how these systems work. I could put it on the entity itself and say, hey, this is the entity's favorite item, and that will be used, but that's far removed from where it's relevant. So I'll just never find that again. I mean, I'll find it, but much more at ease with putting the stuff right where it's needed, and and saving me another data type. Walk to the object of the type, pick it up. That's gathering. That's generalized. Feeding is, can just call it eat. So it's also generalized. Picks a food item in inventory. Takes a few turns to eat it. Pauses a few turns. Removes item. Deletes item from inventory. Not sure why I do this. I'm sure there's a term for this. Delete the item from the inventory. I mean, this quarreling could depend on that. So it could look at Well, that needs individuals. That's not good. Problem is, if I want them to fight for the food, so how this works in nature, I think, is one wolf, I mean, hierarchies aside, one wolf picks up the food and that one becomes the target. They don't want to kill them, they just, the other wolves don't want to kill their friend, they just want the food. So in any case, they are distracted and pile up on each other. So they should pile up on the one that picked up the food. For them to attack that wolf, because they are all part of the same faction, I would have to remove that one wolf from the faction. But I'm not sure if I can. I mean, if I do that, if I put the eating wolf in a hate faction where everybody is aggressive against, then it might be that a settler runs in from off the screen and starts hitting the wolf. So that's not ideal. Can I fake this somehow? I mean, this is an amplifier feature, so it should just complicate things. And I mean, the goblin thing did complicate fighting goblins, but only because the player really wants the item. So this is actually not that good. I mean, the player really does not want to die, but laying down a piece of meat, I mean, you can drop it while you're escaping, so that's actually really helpful. And but that doesn't complicate things. It's more the opposite. Okay, I have no idea. I'll have to sit with this for a while. So let's do something different. Let's make attacked enemies defend themselves. For that I need, well, let's just commit all this, which is a whole lot. Add leeches. Debug entity. Run signal. Should rename that. Okay. Let me look at the notes. Okay. Make attacked enemies defend themselves. Okay, let's write this down. And I have, where was that? That was in object.c. Infos. There it is. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh. Okay. So to implement NPCs defending themselves against an aggressive player, add an array to entities that shows their aggression towards other factions. Fill this array with default values of the entity's faction on new entity with the values below. When attacked by a friendly faction, set the faction index in that entity's array. When determining foes, test with aggression ET faction. I mean, it sounds easy enough. There are some dependence on this function, and I mean, this works. Talk. Okay, I mean, that's really not that much. So this is the this is the table that shows which factions hate which faction. And yeah, what this text says is this is just a default. Right now it's static and it's a lookup table. This is unchangeable at the moment. But if I give each entity one line like this. It can change its own affiliation. So the first thing to check would be the damage function. Or maybe the resolve function. So here I would test if attacking entity aggression table defend the other way around. Defending entity aggression table attacking entity faction is 0. So if the defender does not hate the attacker, then flip that around. That's it actually. Actually, it's even simpler. I just have to do this. That's it. And then in here, I take this part. Well, I actually want this whole thing. And I want this in new entity. Or let's move it up here, down here. Aggression table. Or hostility table. Sounds cooler. Not sure why it's unsigned. I'm sure I'll find out in a second. FN max. Okay. No, come on. So okay, let's make it official. I want in the entity faction type is the let's leave it changeable, doesn't matter. A contingency plan. Okay, I want the aggression table, and that's FN max, I believe. why not name it host? Well, that's bad. Okay. So new entity. Scale entity. What is that? Have monster scaling. That's weird. Initialize inventory. So we can do it here. E acro is equal. Let's make a. Ooh, how is this table organized? Yeah, I can just. Yeah, okay. Mem copy into this the aggression table with the entities faction, and that's an int times fn max. That's it. Let's remove the foes function. That one's gone. Let's see where it explodes and fix that. So am I in objects? Yeah, foes. Okay. This becomes E aggression et function faction. If it's 0, they are not hostile. Let's check out the talk.c. And there it is, the same with the hero. That's good to be reminded of. I'll need the hero stuff as well. Let's go into the objects, mem copy, and where do I put this? When is the faction set? Okay, there, here it is. Then after that I can set the hostilities. Okay. Talk. Hero entity aggression. Okay, if the hero doesn't like this person, return 0. He is undeclared. What? Oh. Typical copy and paste errors. That should do it. Aggression table undeclared. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's fine, because this hero function should be in object anyways. So let's finally move it there. Total height. Is this stuff lying around here? Like this. Come on, object. Yes, okay. So I have this, and I have done the other stuff, and I even have making becoming hostile on being attacked. So maybe, okay, I can talk to the Poison Master, but well, I think the Poison Master doesn't have combat routines. So let's make where is it at? The team. Let's make a crazy decision and say by default, if nothing else, things will attack you. So this should hopefully, there he is, and there he comes. Leave me alone, zombie. These are my people. What happens if I attack them? Oh, it's just it's individualized, so that doesn't matter. Wow, this has been such a headache, this faction system. Oh, he attacks his friend. That's funny. That's actually funny. What? Oh, yeah, I can still speak to them. Okay, it's not the best system, and not the most robust, but with just one table and an array, you have factions. What's going on here? Who's this? And why is the font in the bottom right so bad? And why do the parentheses have rounded corners? Wait. Oh, there they are. Yeah, that's more consistent. 4 health potions, thank you. And a key. It's a dead end. Oh no, it's not. Oh, it is. I'll say that's fixed, even though it has some edge cases that need to be figured out. That's good enough. Planning by entities is too slow. Pause. Well, that's just... Not sure about that one. Yeah, I could tear down some castles. So I have these castles here. Well, they're more like towers. But they've been around for quite some time. From the time when this game was still more medieval themed. And it is now more in the Stone Age. So actually, I can just say, okay, this is now wood. And that's it. That fixes it. I'm sorry. Sorry for the flashbang. That's actually it. Make this bit looking a bit better. And maybe move that down. Rock. I mean, this works. It's not great, but it's not distracting. Actually, this looks pretty good. Looks like Kratos' hut in the forest in God of War. What was it? 2016. Oh, that was Doom. Were they both there? Not sure. But actually looks not bad. So I could do that for the rest of them. Just for a chill last hour or so. And I think that's what I'll do. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what these are. I think they're just huts. With not sure how you call them. With the leaf covered roofs. And yeah, it's immediately, it fits the Stone Age setting if I make it wood. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, let's go down in. Well, these ruins, they should actually be stone. Let's see how this looks. Actually, I can remove the the cobble restriction. I mean, this looks. Does it look better? I think so. Not sure. Let me remove the restriction on flood filling the colors, which is currently stopped at cobblestone, because I didn't want to remove all the paths that I made. And it's called clear something. Yeah, that's it. I still wanted to stop at water, but oh, I have palisades. That's good to know. Oh, I should actually use them. For example, here. And there's a little algorithm that places them around corners. The planks. That's good. Well, I have to look kind of closely. I should maybe repair, should maybe repair these roofs as well. So they should be like this. And that's too high. And that's too low. Yeah, that's better. And they also had these roofs. And I mean, I could change this. Could change the color. I mean, here it makes sense just to differentiate it from the background, from the floor. So that's actually better. The other one, I'm not sure. But here I can place the palisades. I'm not sure what this is. And same here. Let's clean this up. Back to the palisades. I mean, I don't want them to look too clean, but that's okay for now. And this bridge can become wood as well. And this building is completely broken. That's better. Did I get everything over here? Not sure. This here. I mean, that's fine. Could make this wood. That's cool. Oh, there was another bridge. Was he here? That's almost what I want. Yeah, so I'll change this one to brown as well because of the background. And then we are here. Okay. I could make this stone. Let's make it all wood. And this, well, this is a ruin. This should be like this. This maybe palisades. I'll get to that one. Well, actually, I can hide the markers. That makes it much easier. Okay, that was a good call. Oh, this here. I'm not sure, but it's too uniform, and they knew I added a bit of variation, so just repaint this. This whole thing is, I mean, it's supposed to be a sunken city type thing, but yeah, I mean, it's not as effective as I thought. Let me make this a wooden. I mean, wood would have deteriorated in the water. which I can suggest by just, yeah, breaking it up a bit. That's actually not bad. Much better anyways. And let's make this, all the fallen parts, let's make them cobble. Why not? Okay. Let's continue down. There's a hut here. This one I did. Here I can come in with the palisades. I mean, these are, especially this one, are like scenic spots for a castle, but I think they were just as scenic 1,000 years earlier, so people would have built there. Okay. Another one. Okay, I have to place this one by one. Oops. I have to clean that up. What's going on here? Oh. It's confused by this stuff lying down there. Okay. And let's move this one up, maybe like this. This is supposed to be like this. I'm not sure when this happened. Oh, I know when this happened. It happened when so originally this whole terrain was much more, it had much more difference in elevation. So mountains were higher, and generally the inclines and declines you had to do as a player were much more abundant and annoying. So the size of the playable patches was much smaller. So I decided to divide all the tiles height by half, and then this happened. So, but I think it was the right call. Do I want buildings this high? Don't think so. Yeah, that's better. Let's fix this as well while we're here. Oops. Keep jumping into the bitmap editor. Yeah, this is also deformed. These cuts here in the terrain are points where you jump across a gap. So there's a forest here. That should work. Okay, this one also kind of weird with these. I think they were supposed to be towers. But yeah, they're obsolete. I mean, I will go through this again. Piece by piece. Ew. This is beach. Did I color this? No. One palisades. Oops. Oh, come on. Grass. And let's give it a fresh coat of paint. That's good. And I also have these paths lying around, and sometimes they are brown, which is bad, but I'll fix that another day. Okay, this is the shore. Now we are here. This was a large palace for a medieval town, but let's make it more generic. Also there was a garden here, and this palace was on a hill, so that got flattened too. Oops. Okay, something like this. I should. It should. What's it called? Close up here. Okay, that's an uneven number. That's unfortunate. I mean, I could just leave it at that. And fill it with planks. And here, should I say it's... Oh, that's tricky. Oh. What am I doing? Okay, and planks. Well, did it exactly in the opposite way, so like this. Okay. That's not bad. And let's move this up. Well, maybe one step of elevation is enough. It also meshes better with the even ones, like this. Well, that's a bit... That makes more sense. Drop that down. Yeah. I mean, it's snowy, just a couple of patches away, so they should have slanted roofs. That makes sense, but it wouldn't make them too slanted. They'll probably look much older, much younger. Not sure. Not sure. And all these paths should be dirt. I think that'll help a lot too. Keep forgetting that I can flood fill this. And yeah, these ones. Oh, I can just do this. Is it green here? And I forgot this one. Oops. It's hidden. And this is a... Well, this was a university. Not sure what it is now. So it might get axed. I'm not sure about this whole small city here. It's actually not what I want. I mean, it will be... If it's in the game, then it's abandoned. That's clear. So there won't be... At least... I mean, there might be villages like this, but not... but not... what am I trying to say? They would be accessible only by a portal or something like that, so that you can, if you need, that you can revisit them, because the path through the map will most likely, especially because this is in a corner of the map, the path will probably never pass through here. So yeah. So I can try to make this look a bit better. This can go with some water. Well, this is, yeah, that's wood too. And same here. Actually, this needs to be cut off. To form an individual patch. So this is planks. And now I can check what this looks like with dirt. And it's already we're 500 years back in history. This can be meadow. Where's the earth here? Yeah, so it's much more what I imagine this world to be. This is still weird, as is this. And these are actually they should all be huts, but okay. Now I know that that these, even when made of wood, are not that ideal. I mean, I have this. Is this the roof? No. Is this the roof? No. Did I throw it away? Looks like it. What I meant is this type of roof. Not sure. Not sure. Where are we? Yeah. And I also have this plaster. I mean, yeah, that looks like stone. So maybe not as good. If I... Well, let's make this earth path. And then jump in and look at how it feels. Yeah, this is actually pretty good. It looks like super dense forest with these trees at the borders. That's actually pretty cool. Actually pretty good. And by the way, I've been having problems with the YouTube upload, and YouTube themselves said there are problems currently, but I see that the videos are being uploaded again, so that's pretty good. It took me, I mean, it was stuck for 2 days, and I tried multiple times, but it's back on track. So that's great. This, I like this. This looks pretty good. For a jungle, I mean, or forest. Let's see if there's no path here. And there's a bit too few trees. So let's just try and get a feel for that. These spruce woods should actually be blue. Should actually be this color 48. So let's look at that, because that's easy change. There they are. So these 4 are evergreens. These 4 are leafy trees. I have to look up the correct name for that. Is it carnivorous? What is going on? Wow. Where did I get that from? Okay, that's completely wrong. Maybe something similar sounding. Not sure. Okay, these are now this color, which is a bit weird. I mean, if I go through here and do this, come on, give me a bush. At least one. Okay. And that's not as bad. Actually, if you see that often enough, maybe I should just not place the ground thing there. Can I do that? ECI, PCI. Well, not really. Backdrop, face, ground. I mean, I cannot render it, but I would like it to have an opacity. Okay, yeah, that's bad. It's not good at all. Or maybe I use the heat with the blue. That's actually pretty cool, but not realistic. At all. Looks more like a painting. Yeah, that's also not that great. That's much better. Yeah, that's cool. Having these wavy patterns. that's much cooler. So for the needled forests, which was here, or here. What is this? Normal. Yeah, there it is. This is mixed forest, okay. I mean, that makes sense. Should be... Where is it? Spruce wood. But that's actually more boring. But it's also much clearer. That's crazy. Yeah, this is actually much better. This looks pretty cool. I like the elevation change here. That's actually pretty sick. Which is also, I don't know if I talked about this today, but yesterday I was working on the underground. Okay, so this is not working. Yesterday I was working on the underground and remembered the different structural layout that the dungeons had depending on the region. So a dungeon looks different than a cave, for example. The cave is much more organic. Dungeons have little rooms, corridors, etc. This is basically gone right now. Those differences are there, but they're not distributed into the regions. So that's really bad. And when I thought of that, I was, of course, reminded of the regions in the overworld, which also don't have a structural component to them. So that's also pretty bad. So that is definitely, I mean, except maybe for the bog. So mountains, okay, sure, they have elevation, but that's about it. What I have is the only thing is really the bog, which has these these holes that are filled with water. So that's the only thing, and that's pretty sad. So I definitely need to get back to this. And think about how I can manage to add structural differences, which of course will manifest in gameplay. So that's pretty important when it comes to the world. And yeah, I mean, it's playable for sure. I mean, the underground is not, wow, that guy was fast. The underground is completely different everywhere. There's nothing that repeats. I mean, the colors do repeat, but the rooms don't. So it's not that it's cookie cutter. It's not. But it's not recognizable other than by the color. So if I go into these, well, I'm not sure what it is. T is tomb. All right. If I go into this tomb, there's nothing screaming, hey, this is a tomb. Sure, there are no objects, no decorations that would tell you. And it's hard with these limitations to make this look like a tomb, because well, what does a tomb look like in the first place? But what I'm talking about is getting learning and getting an intuition for, even if you wouldn't have the colors, you could recognize a region just by its layout, by the way it moves, by the size of its rooms, by the cadence of corridors and jumps and water and stuff. That would be absolutely amazing. But yeah, maybe I'll just move closer in that direction, but I'll probably never achieve that. At least not in the next couple of years, because I would have to go through this room by room, which is just not feasible right now, at least. So yeah, as you can see, there are rooms and more natural looking caves and these strange corridors and more large rooms, small rooms, and this repeats irrespective of the region. So that's how it is right now. But I mean, the world is there. It's just not really appealing. In the long term, I mean, you will get bored easily. But yeah, enough features may extend that, but I really feel that there should be something around each corner. But yeah, I mean, that's a gigantic task. But yeah. I'll keep that in mind, the structural differences of the regions over and underground, and yeah, work toward making that happen in the future. Yeah. Okay, that's it for me today. I'm going to go to bed I'm most likely not online. I'm most likely not going to stream tomorrow. But I'll be back on Sunday. Yeah. Let me just commit my stuff. That's another 5 minutes or so. What did I do? I had... What did I call it? Make tagged enemies defend themselves. Oh no, entities. Entity function game. No, actually I can't turn on my network storage. Node object struct talk tile. There was a lot of poking around. Yeah, make push. So I did the leech, but it's -1 day, sadly. Maybe I'll think about this system a bit more tomorrow. And for that I'll have to go through the features. Yeah. Okay, -1 day. And today we did... What did we do? Place mark region markers in whole world. That's actually the second thing I did. Define the world colors, themes, find something like that. And oh yeah, make attacked enemies defend themselves. Add leeches causing hallucinations. Add hallucination effects. That's already too detailed, but hallucination effects are pretty cool. Change crypt. Okay. Well, I mean, I came out of the day with the same amount of to-dos as I went in. But that's how it goes sometimes. Fix ladders. Oh yeah, I have to do that tomorrow. And I think that's it. Is there something else? Don't think so. Yeah, so this is the this is the biggest thing. That's pretty cool. That means the path can run wherever it wants, and I can place objects or features in every region they want to be placed in. So that's actually super huge. And yeah, that's about it. Yeah. Okay, that's clean. All right, then thank you for watching, and I'll be back Sunday at the latest. Yeah. All right, thank you. I'll see you then. Bye.